Welcome to the Tuesday, August 25, 2020 meeting of the Longmeadow School Committee. Per Governor Baker's order suspending certain provisions of the Open Meeting Law, General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 20, the public will not be allowed to physically access the school committee meeting. School committee is using the Zoom meeting platform to conduct this meeting. LCTV is live streaming the meeting on Channel 12, and a recording of the meeting will be posted to the LCTV YouTube channel as soon as possible after the meeting. Just a reminder, all votes while participating remotely must be made by roll call vote. There is a motion on the agenda. Kevin, unmute yourself.
I move that the school committee meet in executive session pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A, Purpose 2, to conduct a strategy session in preparation with collective bargaining with all staff, and Purpose 7, consideration of release of executive session minutes of previous meetings to reconvene in open session at 7 p.m.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Go to roll call. Bronwyn?
Yes.
Susie?
Yes.
Nicole? Gianna?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Kevin?
Yes.
Yes, for me as well. Executive session pursuant to Mass General Law.
Lightning warning.
Lightning warning, sorry folks. We are meeting an executive session pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A, Purpose 2, to conduct a strategy session in preparation with collective bargaining with all staff, and Purpose 7, consideration of release of executive session minutes of previous meetings, and we will reconvene at 7 p.m. So all our guests come back at 7. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone, to the Tuesday, August 25, 2020 meeting of the Longmeadow School Committee. We will now have the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible. Thank you. Kevin, we have correspondence?
Yes, we do. Thank you, Ryan. School committee received a number of letters and pieces of correspondence regarding the reopens. Letters from the following people will be recorded, received as of 2 p.m. Friday, August 21st. 110 LPS staff on August 17th, 20th. Ashley Keene on August 18th. Mary Beth Cronick on August 17th. Ariel Loudersmith on August 18th. Aaron Lau on August 19th. Deb and Pete Novotny on August 19th. Samantha and John Quirk on August 20th. Chris Ruiz on August 19th. And Maggie Wang on August 16th.
Thank you. Next on our agenda is the possible approval of minutes.
I move that the school committee approve the minutes for the August 4th, 2020 school.
Motion, is there a second? Second.
Just to remind folks, this was the meeting that I brought up. I wasn't sure how to write the 2%. And so we've just revised that phrase to say 2% of those tested for COVID were positive. So that's the only change that was made to what you saw last time.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Call for a roll call vote. Bronwyn?
Yes.
Susie?
Yes.
Nicole?
Yes.
Gianna?
Yes.
Jamie?
Yes.
Kevin?
Yes.
Yes for me as well. Visitor comments, as we've used in the past, folks, because we are on Zoom. If there's anybody in our Zoom that would like to speak, please put it into the chat right now so that I can find you and call on you. I'll also click through the screens to see if anyone has their screen on and is waving their hand. Give you a moment to think about that. Seeing none, we will move on. School committee announcements and recognitions. Committee, anyone? Nicole. Thank you very much. And I see on my Zoom chat that we do have Jasmine Hutchinson raised hand. So sorry if I missed that or if we had a little pause due to the technology. Jasmine, would you like to speak?
Yeah, good evening. Sorry, I was going to try to put this in the chat, but it seems to be disabled for me, so I apologize.
No worries. Go ahead.
I understand this is late in the day, and I understand you have an incredible amount of work to do, but I was just curious about the rationale behind starting the high school students last in your phased approach. It really seems to me that it might be more reasonable to transition in a phased approach within each school, rather than trying to bring the entire school back at once, albeit hybrid. So I just wondered if you would give any consideration to starting 6th and 9th grade on the 21st with the elementary students, followed maybe by 7th and 10th, or 10th and 11th, however it would work. That would then allow each school a phased return. And I think it would benefit those transitioning students, particularly in 6th and 9th. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as a reminder to our visitors and to the committee, when we're doing visitor comment, it is not to set up a dialogue. If you ever do have a clarifying question you would like to ask someone who speaks, you can ask it through me and we will ask that question. But if not, we just don't have a back and forth. So that's just a reminder. Yasmin Roswell.
Hi, I'm here speaking on behalf of the girls soccer program with Rose, Lizzie, Nia, Nicolina, and Margie. And I wanted to start off by saying that this soccer season means a lot to us, and I think our social and emotional health is really important at this time of isolation, and being together as a team will help bring some form of normalcy to our lives. And touching on the safety aspect, I know that we're all willing to do anything to ensure everyone is safe and we can play. And it's much safer for us to be out there with a coach and rules put in place than to be out there just playing recreationally.
Rose.
Like Yas said, this season is really important to us, especially as seniors. This could be some people's last chance at organized soccer, so we are all totally on board with following all the rules and precautions. Also, if our season is pushed to February, Longmeadow doesn't have the facilities to accommodate us playing on grass fields in the winter when there will be snow on the ground. Also, I know some girls who are still trying to get recruited, and this could be their last chance to have coaches come and watch them play.
And Delaney. You unmute yourself.
Hi. So, as a student, like being a student athlete, sports are a very important role in my life among other student athletes. Many life lessons are taught through sports, and it's like part of our identity and how we express ourselves, socialize, and establish our confidence. We would really like to urge the school committee to hear our voices and consider our perspective in choosing to allow us to play. As we know, this past spring, all of us lost the opportunity to compete, which was unfortunate but understandable. For myself, I lost the opportunity to play for a state championship and to play alongside All-Americans for lacrosse, which was obviously very disappointing. Our state has made great strides in the fight against COVID. However, my peers and I have been responsible in social distancing and using PPEs. I work full-time in the summer and have remained safe by following the proper protocol. Allowing us to play sports is the responsible decision due to the fact that suicide rates amongst teens in Western Mass is at an all-time high for teens, and mental health is truly suffering. So approving sports would be the responsible decision. And on behalf of my teammates and and the seniors in particular, and the rest of the student athletes at Longmeadow High, we urge you to hear our voices, recognize all that is at stake, and give us the opportunity to be responsible and recognize the gift sports are to so many of us. Athletes and parents should have the right to choose. Thank you.
Margie, I see you have the hand emoji up. Do you want to speak as well?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
I'm from the soccer team. Last year I wasn't able to play because of an injury, and this will be my last year of playing organized soccer ever. And I also snowboard in the winter, so if we played in the winter, I would not be able to participate. And the soccer means a lot to me this season, and I also don't think that the weather in the winter is not suitable for outdoor soccer. Thank you.
Nia?
Also, we know that the MIA has already given like a go for sports to start up in September, and they've made rules and regulations to ensure that it's safe to play at the time. So as like Rose was saying, it's safer now to play than us like just doing our own thing and playing instead of like following the rules and regulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to our athletes. Anyone else? I'm going to click through the screen. The chat function wasn't working very well, which is why we went back to the visitor comment portion. See if anybody else has the hand emoji up. I don't see any. It's also my understanding, Nicole, if we can move on to the committee announcements, that some people online weren't clear. Do you want to try again to see if they can hear you better?
Sure. Sorry, is that any better?
Bronwyn, basically, you're a committee member online. Can you give me a thumbs up if you're hearing Susie well? Nicole well? She said yes, so go ahead. Bronwyn did, yeah.
Sorry, all this fun technology. I had wanted to take a minute to thank all of our administrators and teachers and school staff and community personnel for their hard work over the past several weeks and in fact over the last 5 months. In the spring, our town faced the crisis of a global pandemic, and in spite of the unrest and worry that we all faced in our daily lives, our team of educators turned on a dime and rose to the challenge. This was hard work that no one had done before. And throughout the summer, all of our district has continued to bring that same energy and care to the work that they are doing in preparation for the upcoming school year. So I wanted to say that we see you, and we see the countless hours that you have put into these reopening plans, curriculum. I know that this year will be challenging, but I also know that the expertise, dedication, and sincerity of our educators will be our greatest resource throughout. Thank you again.
Thank you. Any other, Kevin?
Yeah, I want to build on Nicole's comments. First, I want to check that Bronwyn can actually hear me. All right. So I really just want to talk a little bit about something I said several meetings ago, which is, this is a really challenging time. We're going to disagree with each other, and we're going to disagree honestly, and that's okay. I want us to all think back to a year ago. A year ago, if you asked us about this district, I hope everybody would say we have great teachers, we have great administrators, we have great kids, we have great families. That's all still true. All of those constituencies are still great. Everybody's advocating for what they think is right. And I think people who advocate with passion and respect and kindness, absolutely, that's the way that we should be interacting. And we're not all going to agree. And I think we have to just accept that we're not all going to agree. You saw this committee not agree, but I hope that we did it with respect and kindness, and that we are moving forward and doing the best that we can. And I just want to remind people that when you're interacting and you're discussing things with teachers, with parents, with kids, let's just remember to be kind and respectful, and recognize that this is incredibly challenging for everybody. I get that everybody's stressed out. We're all stressed out. Everybody's stressed out, but that doesn't mean we can't be respectful and kind. So that was the comment I wanted to make. Thank you, Ryan.
Well said. Thank you, Kevin. Anyone else? I want to take a moment to thank the high school guidance counselor of my own kid, first of all, because we dropped her off in Iowa, and she's doing very well. The reports are that things are going well, and it was his suggestion that she apply there. So never would have thought of my daughter going to the University of Iowa, which, by the way, is a very long drive. But she is doing very well, and it's thanks to his suggestion. So I just want to appreciate, again, similar to what has already been said, the hard work that our staff does. All right, moving on to business with guests. Discussion of approved reopening plan. Marty, you want to lead this? Unmute.
We have a few guests with us tonight. Joining us tonight is Chief John Dearborn, COVID Compliance Officer Andy Frazier, Board of Health Director Beverly Hirschhorn, Facilities Director Nick Gigantis is also with us to follow up on some of the concerns that the committee had, some of the questions the committee had from your last meeting. So if you'd indulge me, I'll just try to sort of frame the discussion for us tonight, and we can, your guests are eager to answer all of your questions. So I know, Ryan, this hides some of the participants here, so I'll try to move quickly through it. So tonight we wanted to touch base just generally on the reopening plans. I want to sort of echo what Kevin and Nicole said earlier, and that is the deep appreciation that I have for our educators, for our administrators, for working tirelessly this summer to prepare for the reopening of Longmeadow Public Schools. It has been it's been a complex, challenging task, but I appreciate the professionalism, the creativity with which everyone has approached it. I'm proud that we have posted reopening plans for each of our 6 schools, and I would sort of remind everyone once again that those are sort of living, breathing documents that we will regularly update and modify as necessary, sometimes based on the conversations that we have at this meeting. But those are comprehensive documents that I believe are reflective of the guidance that we've regularly received and the direction that we've gotten from this committee and many of the agreements that we've had with our partners in the Longmeadow Education Association. So I want to start by noting we had asked families to essentially register for either cohort A, B, or cohort C, and I appreciate the thoughtful attention that our families gave to that process. We have a nearly full return rate. There might be some duplicates in there that we'll have to call out. But you'll see that 14.5% of our families had opted for cohort C. You'll recall that cohort C is a fully remote learning program that is integrated with the LPS hybrid model. And we continue to work with families to on that process. I will note that it is a fully remote model, and certainly we respect and understand the reasons that families chose that option. It will be a rich experience for those students in cohort C, but we value in-person education and recognize that the in-person experience, almost inherently will be a different one than the experience that the children will have remotely. So we've given some flexibility. We've extended some flexibility to families to sort of, if necessary, transition in and out of that cohort. We will try to do that expeditiously. If families decide that in-person learning is not for them and they want to move their child to remote learning, or vice versa, we'll try to move on that quickly. There will be an adjustment period. There's some scheduling and some assignment and room setup and things that have to happen, but we'll try to do that as quickly as we can. I want to talk, I know the committee wants to talk about sort of the reopening continuum. This is a diagram that's familiar to you, but it might make sense for us to hold on that part of the discussion so that we can get to the topics that our guests are here for. So we'll come back to that slide. And actually, I want to start, if it's okay, with sort of the health and safety expectations. The committee had asked us to be prepared to talk about COVID-19 scenario response protocols. And this is a slide that comes from the July 24th presentation. In broad terms, it indicates that under the DESE guidance, that our obligation is to evaluate the situation with a team of health professionals, with the Board of Health, with Chief Dearborn, to separate as necessary, to clean and disinfect to the level that we need to, and to quarantine and test per the Board of Health orders that we would no doubt receive. And then all along that process, there would be a very specific contact tracing process that Beverly Hirschhorn can shortly describe to you. I think the other thing that I want to remind families that there would be a high level of communication between Longmeadow schools and the Board of Health and Longmeadow schools and families if we did have to respond to a COVID-19 scenario. So the scenarios that we're prepared to talk to you about come from that DESE guidance, and I'd remind families that the full document is on our website, but I think it's important to have that live conversation. I think the committee felt it was important to have that live conversation here for the community so that we're not just relying on a sort of written document. So I appreciate the committee's encouragement for us to have that conversation for the whole community with Chief Dearborn, with Beverly and others. So mostly with these scenarios, I'd ask Beverly and Chief Dearborn to assist in starting with the scenario that, what happens if a student or staff member is symptomatic, if it happened to be at home or in a school setting. And so, Chief or Beverly, I don't know which one of you would like to sort of kick it off for us, and I'll temporarily I'll stop sharing so that Mr. Kelly can see all of our guests here.
Okay, this Chief Dearborn, can you hear me all right? Okay, great. So DESE actually has provided kind of the what if guide. If this happens, here's your reaction, here's your protocol. So basically all the questions that the superintendent has laid out in that slide are actually addressed in that guide. So it's a roadmap. Is it perfect? No. Does it cover every aspect of every scenario? No. And that's why we actually will plug in our professionals like Beverly, Andy Frazier, our public health nurse to actually dig in the weeds a little bit when these scenarios come up. But the guidance is actually fairly comprehensive. It covers bus transportation, somebody sick on the bus, parents sick at home, students sick at home, staff sick at home, happens at school, what the process there. If a student is notified he is a contact rather than actually being ill, like he's non-symptomatic or he or she is non-symptomatic, but somebody in their family is now a part of a tracing, what the reaction is there. So it really covers all those different scenarios. This document's been dynamic. It was initially released July 17th. It was revised August 20th. And then DPH and DESE actually got together as of today and reframed some of the definitions. And I will tell you that we got this later today. We were just sitting out in the vehicle, kind of studying these new definitions. So there will be we'll have to digest this a little bit as we go forward. So I think, I can answer the questions kind of, I'll really be just referring to the guidance. So depending on how specific you want me to get.
Yeah, I'll go first and maybe ask what everybody's thinking first. So I appreciate you guys being here and being able to tell this just for the sake of people to hear it out. So second block of the day, there's a student in the classroom and they start exhibiting symptoms. If you could let the people hear what would happen from that point. I have an idea of it, but I really just want to hear it spoken out, whether by a principal, nurse, the chief, the superintendent, just one of you just to walk people through what those scenarios look like.
Okay. Do you guys want me to take that, Bev and Andy? Okay. So I'm just going to refer to the table on page 8 of the guidance. Individual symptomatic. If the individual is symptomatic on the bus or at school, they should remain masked and adhere to strict physical distancing. Students will they be met by the nurse and stay in the medical waiting room until they can go home. They should not be sent home on the bus. If the individual staff member is symptomatic at school, they should find coverage for their duties and then go home and get tested. So then it goes to the testing, and there's a lot more detail about timing for testing and things like that that are later in the document. Individual test negative, return to school once asymptomatic or diagnosed with something else. If the individual tests positive, they remain at home, except to get medical care, monitor symptoms, notify school, notify personal close contacts, assist the school in contact tracing efforts, and answer the call from local board of health or mass community tracing collaborative. Most people have been relatively mild illness will stay in self-isolation for at least 10 days until the last 3 days have passed. And so that's the first one. And then part of the contact tracing is to identify timing of contact. And then there's a whole different section on that. They changed the definition of close contacts in the document that came out today, so I'll have to refer back to that. So basically identify the close contacts, look at the timing of the close contacts. I believe it's a -2 day on the symptoms for the contact time, and then separate, you may, based on a positive result, separate those individuals out and then ask them to pursue testing. So it's just basically be a normal contact tracing for that. The area that the student was in would receive enhanced cleaning, and if there was no other positive tests for that, the people would go through the testing process and return to normal. If obviously identify an outbreak from that point or a number of students, then you start evaluating, what around the scenario, and then it gets into a whole section about actions for the schools. The DESE guidance, it really does not identify shutting down a whole school because of one or two cases. It gives some guidance on how to manage cases, which we do every day in the community. It does give some guidance on looking at community numbers and data to make decisions in regards to schools. But the procedure is pretty well laid out. So.
Piece, and so that the guidance would indicate that when there is suspected that there's in-school transmission, or if there's transmission that goes beyond one cohort, that we would convene and consult with town officials and the Board of Health to consider next steps, including decisions to close a school. I think, in these situations, we would clearly err on the side of safety and on the side of caution. I think one of the things that, Beverly, that you mentioned the other day to me was the contact tracing that goes on, and I was encouraged to hear you tell us that you had trained a small number of contact tracers for the Board of Health to work with in Longmeadow, and I suspect that team would come in very handy and be critically deployed.
You still muted, Beverly.
I just want to make a few comments. First of all, this is a living document. So there are still a few points between the DESE guidance and the Mass Department of Public Health advisories. So I would not be surprised if you're going to see updates of this, not only to align education with public health, but also to change as CDC guidance changes through time, which it already has done a number of times. It's a new disease, so we're always learning a little bit about it and adding new controls where there need to be, and maybe even removing some where there doesn't need to be additional controls. I think this document is sort of going to highlight to all parents, which is something that maybe they don't think about, but we all really should be thinking about it at all times, but especially in this era of COVID, that if you don't feel well, and that includes a staff member or a child, you really shouldn't come in that day. It's really important to, stay home, evaluate what the situation is. It might be nothing at all related to COVID, but it's worth that extra step. And it's really vital to the control of COVID if we just take a little bit of extra caution at this time. If something might be going on and you're not exactly sure, to err on the side of caution and just stay home and evaluate things during the day. And then a decision could be made as to whether this sounds like it's COVID related, not COVID related, and then take appropriate action, whether it's informing the nurses, informing the Board of Health, informing the personal physician, taking the child for testing, or yourself for testing if you're a staff person. Just a little bit of extra caution at this time is something we must all consider. This document also highlights that the the relationship between the Board of Health and our nurses in the school system is going to be very important, and also the relationship of the school nurses with the parents and staff members, with whom they already have an existing relationship. So I've worked with your school nurses on a variety of public health issues in the past, including exclusions for other diseases. And this will just be another situation where I'm going to be working with them very closely, perhaps asking them to make a few calls because they may know the family situation, and it might be better if they initiate the dialogue with the parents. But ultimately, most of the students will be residents of Longmeadow, so they become town of Longmeadow cases from a legal point of view, and they will be their isolation and quarantine will be dictated by the Longmeadow Board of Health. But that does not in any way exclude the wonderful work that school nurses can do in interacting with the families, interacting with the administrations in their school and other teachers. So I think this document is calling, is reminding people of some of these overall arching points. So I think that's all I wanted to say.
One of the questions that we frequently get is communication with families, and in the simplest terms, I could assure community members that if there were a positive COVID case, that families would be notified. Obviously, we have to protect student confidentiality, and we couldn't name names, but families would be notified. And in particular, we would do the outreach through the Board of Health to close contacts to make sure that the folks that are students or staff members that are defined as close contacts take the appropriate steps or are directed to take the appropriate steps by the Board of Health.
This would also be true of any students that you have that do not live in the district. The local Board of Health of the town of residence will be notified of cases and will have immediate contact with the family of that child or of that staff member for that matter, if the staff member lives out of town.
Jamie, I think you had a question?
Yeah, not even a question, just more of a clarification.
Okay.
Yep, just more clarification, Marty. The safe room in each of the schools, can you just so everybody understands what we're actually talking about, is if we did have an instance like that and we take the precautions and have the child and the student in that's, what does that look like, just so parents aren't surprised about what that's going to look like?
Yeah, sure. We've been advised by Chief Dearborn and other town officials on setting up those, the medical isolation rooms. And in most cases, it would be an extension of the health suite, and it would be a place to where students would be held in isolation if their symptoms connected with or were associated with the COVID-19 symptoms. Our nurses would, they'd have to make that, they understand the health profiles of all of our students. And so they would work with school administrators, the Board of Health, to make those determinations about how and when to use that isolation room. But Chief Dearborn's been involved with identifying those spaces and setting up those spaces for us. So if you have anything else to add.
No, I mean, the name is kind of ominous, an isolation room. It's not like lined with plastic or anything crazy like that. They'll have a couple cots in them. The nurses will use the enhanced PPE when they're dealing with those students, just for their protection. But they're basically, most of them so far are extensions of the existing health suites. It's a room attached and closed. Our goal was to have a separate restroom in all of them. I think we've accomplished that. I think we're still working on one of them. And we'll talk about that a little bit later. So yeah, it's not like something out of Andromeda strain or something like that. So it's just another room. So I appreciate that question.
Andromeda.
Yeah, just a clarifying question. Thank you for walking us through that, Chief Dearborn. Dr. O'Shea, so just to clarify, you indicated that families would be, contacted. Can you clarify the point at which they'd be contacted? Would it be for, potential, before a child is tested, when a child is potentially suspected to be exhibiting those symptoms and aligning with, is just for the families at home so they know what to expect?
Certainly, if there is a positive COVID-19 scenario, that families would be notified. If it's a matter of a child being identified as a close contact, if something happened outside of school, in those situations, I would defer to the Board of Health and make a determination about what information our families needed to keep their children safe. I think some of it depends on when and how we learn about that when the close contact may have taken place, and when we learn about that. So if it's in the middle of the school day versus, but I think we would immediately circle with Chief Dearborn and the Board of Health to determine what information families specifically need for their own children's health and safety. But I might ask if Beverly or Chief have anything to add to that. Might be helpful.
For me, it's a two-way street. I'm going to find out about positive tests through our electronic system. I'm going to be contacting the home and finding out who are the close contacts of the case. Your students and your staff members, their whole lives are not in the school. So I might actually find out that they have close contacts that are unrelated to the school scenario. But I will also circle back immediately to the school nurse and inquire whether there are any close contacts of a case in the school environment if the school nurse does not know that this person is a confirmed case.
Through the
Just
chair.
one more follow-up. Oh, yes. Okay. So I guess just to further clarify, if a student or a staff member is exhibiting symptoms that are aligned with COVID-19 and they are, sent out of school and sent for testing, is that the point where you notify the class that, or say we discover it in school, the symptoms that align with COVID-19 and make us suspect that the child, needs to be tested? Is that the point at which we notify families?
So when you say we discover in school, do you mean that we discover that there's
We
been
send the child to the nurse in
Okay.
school because they have a fever or they, there are symptoms that are lining up with, suspected COVID-19.
Right. And we have no reason to believe the transmission happened. If we believe the transmission happened in school, we would be making that immediate notification to families. I think we'd have to first understand where that transmission might have happened, and that's where the conversation with the Board of Health happens. So I hope Chief and Beverly are comfortable with that, but that would be my inclination that if we thought, again, erring on the side of caution, if we thought that transmission happened in school, then we would certainly make notification.
Thank you.
If I could just add on to the chair, there's timing, okay? So we discover symptoms on a Monday after a weekend, that's a different scenario versus a Tuesday or a Thursday. So we have to actually evaluate all that and put all those pieces together. A lot of the triggers are based on positive tests, but nothing, if we have a high suspicion, that would not stop us from the start to do the contact tracing, do the preliminary work. If somebody's exposed, say on a Monday, we've got a group of kids in a class, kid becomes symptomatic, even doing a test on them at that point is not valid. We need to go a couple days out to actually for a test to be valid. So it's not pull the fire alarm on every single one of these. I hate to use that, but I get it, but it's kind of a slow walk. But you got to evaluate, and there's weeds on every single scenario that we're going to look at.
Thank you.
Through the chair.
I'm sorry, who's Mr. Fraser?
Yes. One thing that I'd like to add on to this discussion is that when you get into the tracing situation, it's very important for everybody involved to answer the call from either the local Board of Health or the Mass Community Tracing Collaborative. They would be calling by phone. And Beverly, correct me if I'm wrong, that their name would come up on caller ID as just that?
Yes, well, mine actually would just come up with my cell phone number. They might not recognize who I am at all, and that's a problem for us, to be honest.
Well, I was referring to the Mass Community Contract Tracing Collaborative. They would come up that way. That's one of the points that they emphasize too, is people need to answer that call, because if they don't and the tracers can't communicate with these people, that really throws a wrench into this.
Thank you. And on that point, Marty, I'm wondering if maybe the administrators need to be sharing that information out with families somehow, like, who the calls would be coming from, so that they can expect them and they know what it's for.
Sure.
So it's the first time I've heard of this, so that would be probably very important. I have a couple of questions on the floor, and Beverly, I see your hand up as well.
I just want to emphasize that initially, we are going to be doing our own contact tracing. So very few of our cases right now have gone to this community tracing collaborative. I have no idea if we do become overwhelmed, whether that's going to be what we're planning to do. If we become overwhelmed, we will in a sense, surrender our cases to the community tracing collaborative. We haven't wished to do so because we have already a lot of human interactions and connections in our own community. But so people may be getting a call from one of our local surge nurses. They may be getting a personal call from me. They may be getting a call from one of your school nurses, or they may be getting a call from the community tracing collaborative. Also, there's not only the issue is whether they pick up the call, but the other issue is whether they answer the questions. And that's been also highlighted. The people need to know how important the tracing process is. So this isn't the police asking the question, we're asking the question to keep down the rates of transmission within our community. We're all in it together. So it is really important if they are contacted, not only to pick up the call, but also to answer the questions as truthfully and as fully as they can.
Point, thank you. Gianna, you have a question?
Thank you, Ryan. Thanks, Mr. Schorman and Chief Dearborn. So I'm a school counselor in an elementary school, and I work closely with the school nurse. And on any given day, there are, one student on a cot with a stomach ache, another one coming down with a headache, another one with a sore throat. And so I can hear the questions the nurse is asking and trying to assess, what might be going on. So I'm just wondering if we are expecting teachers and staff to kind of recognize symptoms and kind of discern if it's, the student didn't have a bowel movement yet, or they, aren't wearing their glasses. I'm just trying to figure out what kind of training or explanation can you offer to teachers and staff that will help them navigate kind of that symptom recognition. You might have some teachers that if a student sneezes, they're going to send them to the nurse. And then if you have 3 teachers sending a kid to the nurse for sneezing, then your nurse is going to be, capacity is going to be stretched. So I'm just trying to figure out if y'all are going to do a training for the teachers and the staff on kind of, is it just 1 symptom? Should it be 3 symptoms? How is that going to work in terms of teachers and staff assessing symptoms to the point where they're sending them to the nurse?
It's a good question, Janet. That sounds to me like something about what maybe the nurses are doing for the staff and the administrators.
In terms of the training?
Yeah.
Yeah, so our nurses right now are putting together a training for staff on a few different topics. And I think I would want the staff to err on the side of sending a child to the nurse. And obviously we want parents to err on the side of keeping their children home, as Beverly mentioned earlier. And then, relying on our nurses to understand the health profiles of their students so that they can discern whether this is sort of a, let's say a typical asthmatic reaction that a child has come down with in the past, or if it's something that's matching the symptoms that we ought to be concerned about. I think we will, I suspect that our families will err on the side of caution, our teachers and our nurses will err on the side of caution in terms of calling families and saying, you know what, we're seeing some symptoms here. We're asking you to come home and take your child, and come to the school and take your child home. So I suspect that will happen, with greater frequency, and that everyone will be far more attentive to the health of their children before they send them to school. But you ask a great question, and we'll have to kind of, support our nurses in that, and kind of understand if they are, if our health suites are being overwhelmed with, referrals from staff. And Beverly or Chief, if there's something to add there, feel free.
Yeah, just as far as the guidance goes, the guidance really wants you to rely on your school nurses to triage these cases. They don't really want to leave it up to the staff. And to echo what the superintendent said, the guidance does recommend a training component for familiarity of symptoms. So I know when Captain Frazier had met with the nurses, they had already developed that guidance. There's tons of information out there, so it's not a big lift. So thank you.
Thanks, Chief. Just a quick follow-up to that. And I appreciate that the nurses obviously are trained and are planning training for the staff. I just want to, the reason I asked is because the staff are going to be the ones with the students in front of them for 7 hours, and they have to decide if a sneeze is worth sending a child to a nurse. So as long as the staff are going to get some support on that.
Thank you, Nicole. And Bronwyn, I think I saw your hand up as well. You'll be next, Nicole.
Okay, so
Bronwyn, are you hearing Nicole at all?
Can you hear me now, Bronwyn?
Now I am. I wasn't at first.
I think it's because I have mine unmuted.
Okay, sorry. We'll get there. I'm wondering if we can speak to families that maybe are for students at some point. So this could be anything from someone is sent home and a student, the family decides not to test them, which I think would probably be less likely. But also about those who might stay home sick. So if you have a student who wakes up in the morning and has a stomach ache, technically that's one of the symptoms that we should be encouraging people to get tested for. So if my child wakes up with a stomach ache on a Monday morning or Tuesday morning, and I keep them home for the next couple of days and then just send them back to school, is there any sort of connection that's expected to happen there? Will parents be asked why they're keeping students home sick? Will school nurses be following up to encourage testing? Will community, all of that stuff?
But if children are deemed to be symptomatic, sorry.
I got you.
If children are deemed to be symptomatic, then and they're not tested, the expectation would be that they would stay home and be quarantined. And presumably, if a student is home for that long a period of time, our nurses would be checking in to understand what the situation is, and then they would start to connect the dots if they needed to with any other transmission that might be happening in the community. But and then you would expect that families would be contacting the doctor as well if their child, were home for an extended period of time with the symptoms that are listed here. So I think again, I think this will require a high level of communication between our administrators and our homes, and between our nurses and homes, and we'll be asking families to make sure they keep us informed as well. But the expectation would be that if someone is symptomatic, if they're exhibiting the COVID-19 symptoms, and they're not tested, that they stay at home for the required number of days.
Would that kind of also stay home for maybe if I have a child and they stay home for 20 days?
Yeah.
Before I send them back to school again on Tuesday, or could I just send them back?
Yeah, I think I might defer to Chief Dearborn and Beverly on that. I suspect there'll be, your routine illnesses that wouldn't require us to think about it as a COVID-19 scenario. But I think, again, these are the conversations that I will be in regular touch. Liz Gartman is a nurse leader at Williams Middle School. She's been on the reopening advisory task force. Beverly, Chief, and I would be talking as well. So if there's anything else to add to that, Chief or Beverly, feel free.
Can I speak?
Oh, yes, go ahead, Beverly. Thank you.
There are, when you look at the symptoms of COVID, there is a rank order of them, and some of the symptoms, you would think about them as having to have a couple of these together, and then there are other symptoms where it's pretty clear, like a very shortness of breath and difficulty breathing. That's going to rise to a different level than feeling a little bit sick to the stomach. Now, I'm not saying that it couldn't be COVID, but usually there are groupings of symptoms that would rise to a level of really, really thinking that this is a case, and other symptoms by their own might merit a little bit of evaluation. Being home, maybe talking to your doctor, seeing how things go, asking if looking at the child's profile and seeing if the child has a history of this, if they have any outstanding chronic illnesses that sometimes have this as a symptom. So I think the nurses will have some judgment, and they certainly could be in contact with the Board of Health about this. But in general, we're going to be erring on the side of caution rather than poo-pooing every symptom that a parent might call in with.
Just had one more follow-up. So that protocols list that we were given from DESI has the list of symptoms that caregivers should be monitoring. It's available as a whole piece on the school website. I'm wondering if it might be possible for us to, maybe even for the whole public, have this snippet of it be more readily available for parents to see, for caregivers to see.
I'd say that's a great idea, and we would want to, as part of some communication at some point, probably regularly, remind families that these are the symptoms that caregivers should monitor their children for. So I think the list that is in the version that I have is on page 4 of the symptoms, is something that we ought to put front and center in front of our families. And I think our families are very much up to speed on this. We can't assume that that's the case, but I know that families are much more attentive to these things nowadays than maybe they had been in the past. Yeah.
This is just another example where you're going to see a lot of changes over time. So our current public health guidelines that came out this morning, and DESI hasn't quite caught up yet, groups the symptoms. So I really agree that these list of symptoms should be made public in whatever way you choose to your parents and teachers. However, these might be subject to change as DESI aligns its guidelines with those of the Mass Department of Public Health. But absolutely, these symptoms need to be in hand and readily available by staff and students, and parents of students, parents of students.
Thank you. Committee, any other questions on those scenarios? Or are we going to move on to the next part of the slide? Marty, you had slides up before. I'm sorry, Bronwyn has her hand up. Go ahead, Bronwyn.
I just wanted to double check. So the school nurses are getting trained, and then they're going to train the teachers on the symptoms to look for.
The school nurses have been good about regularly meeting virtually back in the spring and this summer. They met with, I think Andy Frazier mentioned that he had met with them. They're putting together some training materials for our teachers on a range of things, COVID symptoms, how children should manage their masks, and other topics. And then we're putting together some training for teachers as well for the opening days, and I think those are topics that we will regularly revisit.
I just want to make sure it's as clear as possible for the teachers. You know, like Gianna was mentioning, that as much as it can be clear for them, so they know the best decision to make in terms of sending them to the nurse or whatever.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Certainly.
Jamie?
I just have a quick question, and it's either Chief Dearborn or Dr. O'Shea. Whenever you were reading the DESE guideline, if a child's taken out of the classroom while they're at school, the only way they can get back into school is to quarantine for 14 days or get a COVID test. Is that accurate?
I think that seems to be the case. I think
it depends on the triage process, though. But, you know, they have to go through the triage process with the nurse. So if teacher X identifies what they believe is a symptom, the next step is for the nurse to triage that, whether it warrants further investigation or is it part of an underlying medical condition. If there's a suspicion that it's an actual COVID symptom, then yes, it goes to the testing process.
Got it.
Makes sense?
Got it. Okay.
If any of this makes sense?
No, that made sense. I followed you.
Anyone else? Marty, you want to move on to the next part?
Sure. So our next topic, the committee wanted some additional public conversation around related to facility and HVAC readiness. And so with us tonight is Nick Gigantis, our facilities director. And I'll just quickly share a screen that shows some of the facility betterments that Nick has directed over the last several months. And Nick can speak to these better than I, but I want to thank him and other town officials and our maintenance staff for preparing our buildings for the return of students on an in-person learning basis. There's been a lot of work around ventilation and filtration and cleaning and sanitization. The list is there. I will spare you reading those, but certainly if you have any questions on any of the bullets on that slide, we'd be happy to elaborate. And Nick is here for you as a resource, and you'll see that some of this is very sophisticated improvements to our HVAC systems, and then some are sort of old-fashioned remedies that promote air exchange and ventilation. I will note that kind of on the sixth bullet down, one of the things that is important to note is the electrostatic disinfection equipment that Nick has recently tested. This is the equipment that we would be used in between cohorts. And Nick has tested that in some classrooms with the assistance of Assistant Principal Paul Dunkerley. And so we're pleased that the electrostatic equipment is in our custodians' hands and will be ready to be used for the Wednesday deep cleaning that we've talked about. So I'll stop there, and if you have any questions, Nick is here to explain in better ways than I can.
I hope so. I saw Bronwyn first.
All right, Bronwyn.
Thanks. Nick, I was wondering, I have a couple questions. Who conducted the ventilation system assessments?
That was given to Hill Engineers.
Okay. And did all of those come back with good marks, so to speak?
So what they did is they pretty much pointed us in the right direction, and it kind of mirrors what the DESI guidance is. Opening up our dampers, adding better filtration, so upgrading to MERV 13 where possible, and adding ionizers to the system or a UV system. We went with the ionizers, not only based on cost, but effectiveness, easier to keep clean, and less maintenance involved. We did purchase 50 of those, and we're targeting our larger air handling systems. And with what we have left over, once we've hit all the large systems, we would prioritize and install into those spaces as well.
Okay. At the meeting last week, Mr. Mazza mentioned there were still some question marks about Glenbrook and Williams as to what exactly. He mentioned maybe ordering some of the fans. I was just wondering where that stood.
Yep, so we did place an order for some fans. We're kind of in the testing phase to see which system would work best. Right now we are conducting tests with the fire department to target areas that we feel are more at risk. I can elaborate on that more if you would like.
What do you mean at risk? Yeah.
So the fire department has a smoke generating machine, and what we've been doing is filling spaces completely with a thick sheet of smoke, and then turning on our HVAC systems and seeing how the air disperses it. What that does is it tells us where the areas that the smoke is lingering. We know we have poor airflow, and we need to work on addressing those items with either windows, fans, or other means as well, be it a portable HEPA filter, or even just saying that space is not proper for habitation.
Okay, that's super helpful. Thank you.
No problem.
Gianna, you had a question?
Nick, I just wanted to thank you because you have been, every time I've called with a question or sent something that somebody sent me, you've just been very gracious and receptive.
My pleasure.
And I just wanted to say thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Gianna. Nicole?
My questions are worked in with Bronwyn's question also. Thank you.
Marty, go ahead.
Sure. I think there's been some conversation, Nick, relating to the MERV filters, and we noted in the slide deck that wherever possible, you've used the MERV 13, the higher grade filters. Can you talk to us a little bit about that? The places where the MERV 13 filters are unable to be deployed, as I understand it, there's some other strategies that you can put in place to ensure that there's appropriate filtration. So could you speak to that a little bit,
Sure.
the filtration?
So the MERV 13s are designed to work usually with our larger systems that accept a 2-inch thick filter. We have some applications that are smaller size and don't accept a 2-inch thick filter. So those would be good candidates for smaller ionizer installs. Another thing that does not accept a MERV 13 filter would be all the univents that are in most of our classrooms here in the district. If we were to install a thicker filter into those systems, we would restrict the airflow to the point that we wouldn't be pulling enough fresh air into the spaces. So it's not really feasible to upgrade those filters. It really is based on how much volume of air the system handles that would make it a candidate for a MERV 13 upgrade. There are other systems at the high school that move so much air. If we were to install a MERV 13, it would send it into alarm due to the drop in pressure, and the system would shut down. And at that point, if we're not moving the air, we're putting people at risk because of that. So it's kind of a case-by-case basis. Luckily, most of our larger systems will accept the MERV 13s, and some of our older systems, we are finding we're able to retrofit to accept them as well.
So if I understand it correctly, Nick, between the fans and the air purifiers, and then the fresh air that you would get by opening the univents to 100% open, the dampers on the univents to 100% open, that would achieve, in some cases, better results, or at least the same results that you would get if you had the higher grade filters?
It's finding that balance between filtration and getting fresh air.
Susie, you had a question?
Yes, thank you, Nick. I appreciate the information and certainly all the work that you've done. You know, my only question has to do with, and again, I am not a facilities expert. I just want to be clear about that. But I think it bears asking, what kind of electrical load will we be placing on our facilities with all of this added and expanded use of HVAC system? And you know, are we testing? Have you been in a position to be able to test that at each of the buildings to see what the result is?
So on its face, most of our facilities would be able to accept more use of fans and some of these purifiers. Some of our older facilities, we do need to conduct some more investigation and to see what that would do as far as loads. But I'm not too concerned about being able to handle all of the extra load.
Thank you.
Kevin?
Yeah, Nick, thank you. This is super helpful. I just wanted a quick follow-up on the smoke test. I think it's great to know that's how you're testing the spaces. I'm just curious what stage you are in that testing, and have you know, is that something that's going to be completed this week, or, you know, where are you? And I guess I'm curious if the staff have learned what rooms they're not able to use, because obviously they want to know that information as soon as possible. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So we are prioritizing our older facilities. We started yesterday at Glenbrook, and we did today at Williams. We will continue on Thursday going to Center School, and next week we plan to complete the rest of the facilities. We don't have too much of a concern for the high school because we know we have a higher exchange rate there with the modern facility, but we would probably test the isolation rooms, nurses' spaces, more critical areas of the building as well.
So can I quick follow up? I know I see you, Nicole. So you did the middle schools yesterday and today. So finding the areas there's a problem, you're going to put in some sort of mitigation effort and then go back and test it. Is that the plan?
Correct.
Great. Because the short version would be, we don't want kids to go to school unless you tell us the building is ready.
I would agree.
That's kind of important. Nicole, what's your question?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, Nicole.
I think they're getting you off of my computer, so go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think your microphone's working.
My volume back on, go ahead.
Gotcha. Okay, I'm wondering if you can speak to some of the upgrades or changes you might have made as far as restrooms. Since we know that this can be aerosolized by flushing the toilets, I'm wondering if there's extra filtration, is there outside venting? What sort of has happened on that?
So most of our restrooms, if not all of our restrooms, are already equipped with good ventilation, and that's normally a building designed for health reasons prior to COVID-19 and sanitation, smell, etc. So there haven't been any upgrades to bathrooms, HVAC systems at this point.
Our principals have talked about sort of bathroom protocols and the number of students that would be permitted in a restroom at any one time. So that's another, you know, I think I would we can double check on that with our facilities folks to understand if our bathroom protocols, the number of students that might be using a restroom at any one time, given the size of the restroom, match up to the ventilation systems that are there. So we can, I think that I'll add that to my to-do list. Yeah.
Through the chair.
Go ahead.
One of the, on the subject of bathrooms, one of the things that DESE is recommending is not allowing bathroom use when classes are changing. Generally, you got 3 minutes, 5 minutes, whatever, between classes when they change. They're recommending not allowing the bathrooms to be used at that point. They would rather see people get up and leave class that they were in and use the bathroom at that time. And again, their feeling is you'll have far fewer people in the bathroom at a time. They don't want to have a situation where you have a whole people flooding in there to use the bathroom in a 4-minute period.
We wouldn't get too much arguments from the administrators because that is when problems happen. So that's a wonderful rule, I think. Gianna, you had a comment, question?
Just a follow up to that. So superintendent, and I'm sure this has already been happening, but just to ask it, if you have, so let's say the high school, if you have students who are able to go to the bathroom unescorted, and you've got, so they're not going, you know, in a line waiting out in the hall, they're not going in between classes, but they're sitting in their classrooms. And you've got at least 20 classrooms or 10 classrooms on a floor. How are they going to figure out, like, if I'm sitting in one classroom and I'm a student and I have to go to the bathroom, and then in 3 more classrooms, other kids have to go to the bathroom at the same time, like are teachers going to call each other and say, I'm sending a kid to the bathroom, or like?
Yeah. Principal Landers is on the call, and he can correct me if I have this wrong, but I think the duty schedule at the high school would allow for restroom monitoring, and I suspect we will need to, you know, for both monitoring purposes and cleaning purposes, we may need to, within reason and within what's permissible, limit the restrooms that are accessible to the kids. But the duty schedule at the high school would certainly address what you're talking about. I'd want to double check on the middle school arrangement to see if that would be true there as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Committee, any other questions right now for Nick or on the HVAC topic? Bronwyn, I'm clicking the check with you. You're good? All right. Thank you, Nick.
Thank you.
Marty, next part.
Thank you. So our guests, you know, always welcome to stay, but free to leave as well. So thank you, Chief. I know you've been putting in some long days. So I want to offer, this is a slide that is familiar to you. We've talked a lot about this, the idea that we, when we think about opening schools, we need to think along a continuum, and that while we have moved towards this hybrid model that's described in the middle, we should be prepared based on local conditions and our readiness to phase in more in-person learning, or we should be prepared to move towards a more remote model for more or all learners. So that's a core principle. It's a core guiding idea as we think about reopening. I think we're well positioned in the middle of that continuum right now based on our readiness and based on local conditions. But I know the committee has some interest in making sure that we are being forward thinking, that we are thinking, you know, in fairness to our educators, in fairness to our families, and for planning purposes, that we are looking beyond sort of school reopening next on September 14th. And so that's been a message that the committee had asked us to think about at your last meeting. So when I think about working along that continuum, I would start with the first bullet here that, you know, the decision to move to a more restrictive model can be made immediately. If there's a cluster, if there's an outbreak, if our health officials or our facilities folks tell us, you know, that we're not prepared or that we should shut down for some reason, then we would do that, and we would do that at a moment's notice, based on a whole variety of factors. So that's one part of this discussion. The other part is then to think in forward-thinking ways about we might think about phasing in more in-person learning. And again, that is, you know, with that giant caveat, if conditions and readiness allow. My intention would be if you know, whenever the committee says so, that we would start to pull together some recommendations that identify priority grades or student groups for additional in-person learning. And I think one of the ways to think about it, I'm just sort of to assist with the discussion here, is to think about a date for decision making. You know, when you as a committee might decide to move towards more in-person learning, and then subsequent to that to think about a date for the implementation of that, right? I mean, if you made a vote on a Tuesday, we couldn't implement it on a Wednesday. We'd need you know, in fairness to families and kids and administrators and teachers, we'd want a fair amount of lead time to implement whatever sort of phase in that the committee decided upon. So just as an example, I do think that our families, our teachers, our administrators, they're very interested in making the decision that you made work. We want to attend to the health and safety issues, the educational issues. We want to work with staff and students and families to make sure that everybody's well adjusted and that we're monitoring and we're watching this hybrid model for its success or for any adjustments or changes that we need to make. So one of the ways to think about that would be to think about a date upon no later after which you wouldn't, you know, make a decision, but then think about a date for the implementation of that decision. So as in the example in the slide, you know, and I only throw this out just to sort of frame the way you might discuss it tonight, that no later than November 10th, the committee could make a decision to move forward with more in-person learning, but that decision wouldn't be implemented any sooner than November 23rd, so that you would let the community know a specific date upon which you would take a look at in-person learning model, but also have a date tied to that for implementation. So again, just a way to think about how we might kind of keep this on your radar screen. I think we should sort of let the decision that has been made settle in. We want it to be successful, but I think we also want to be forward thinking. We also want to think about, you know, if conditions allow, could we identify additional student groups for additional in-person learning? So it's really for your consideration. It might be something that you want to get into tonight, or it might be something you want to talk about next week. But I think that what I've heard from the committee and what we've heard from the community is that we want to think beyond next week. We want to think beyond 2 weeks. We want to think into the future about what opportunities might exist to bring in additional students for in-person learning if conditions allowed. So.
Thank you. As I mentioned last week, the desire to have some sort of structure. So I like this idea. Looking at the slide, I would phrase it differently. I think I'd say no sooner than Tuesday, November 10th. And what I mean by that is we would not want to go less restrictive until whatever the particular date is, whether it's November 10th or a different one, so that people would know that we're sticking with hybrid for X number of weeks. If it was November 10th, that puts the high school kids at least in school for a month, so we could find out if that's working well. The younger kids a little bit longer. But since this is part of Marty's presentation, this can be a discussion right now, even without a motion. So if you want to ask questions or make comments on this, if there's the thought of a motion, we could do it like we did last week. You could say, like, Diane, I'm thinking of making a motion on this for next meeting, and then we could do that. But, you know, my thought would be, just to start it off, is picking a date in the relatively near future, however many weeks we pick, as we're not going to change hybrid to full in-person before this particular date, just so staff, families, students can all plan. They know that they're going with this particular version of learning for at least that long. But I'm open to other comments or questions. If anyone has any. Jamie.
I'll say something. Yep, Marty, thank you. I think it's a great slide, and at least it's a good idea for us to all, at least start thinking about it and planning it. I personally think we're a little short-sighted right now. Even if you compare other towns, they're way further out than where we are. Whether we're right, wrong, or indifferent, that doesn't matter. But I think from a planning standpoint, for many of the folks in town, it's a way to just lay out kind of what direction we're going. That doesn't mean that we're not going to change this at any point in time where it's necessary. I also like that we've really identified, we haven't gotten into details, but you got to look at the learners where our current process makes sense and where we all know it doesn't make sense, but it's the right decision from a health in the near term. From a long term, we all can agree that, you know, K1, 2, you know, we're probably going to eventually have to look at this differently if we have the opportunity to, because our current setup may not be the best. And there may be other learners that we want to look at. And I guess I would really like to see this going forward, so at least we have something that we're planning on that we can discuss, that we're not rushing into. And, you know, even last week, whenever we, you know, initially had discussions around it, you know, it wasn't a scrap the hybrid. It's what's next? Where are we going? I think we're in a car just driving and we don't know which way we're going. I just want to make sure we have it laid out. We're thinking about it and giving everybody a lead time on this. And I think that's just fair and appropriate and prudent.
Thank you. Anyone else want to ask a question?
Yes, I agree. And thank you, Dr. O'Shea, for presenting this, because I think it helps us be goal-oriented with the idea that, you know, always and every day and every moment, safety comes first, but that we can think about a goal of potentially getting more learners back physically into our buildings when conditions allow. And I think that's really key. And I would concur with Jamie that our K-2 learners, you know, and again, for families that choose that option to send their kids back to school, that our K-2 is definitely something to look at and prioritize in terms of the effectiveness of the remote instruction with those grade levels. And I would be certainly in favor of having a discussion about, you know, setting a timeline and a goal for potentially increasing that in-person learning when conditions allow.
I guess I'd be really interested to hear from Marty or even the principals, you know, what is a reasonable amount of time? You know, I think, Nicole, am I right? Like West Side, like 6 weeks seems to be a key amount of time, right? Like if we think about 6 weeks, then we would say we would, you know, be hybrid at minimum through the end of October for the elementary school kids. Is that a good way to, like, I guess I'm just trying to figure out what would your recommendation or, you know, the principal's recommendation be for what should that minimum amount of time be? 4 weeks, 6 weeks? I mean, what would it be?
Minimum amount of time the minimum amount of time to allow the current model to be in place before we made some changes to that. Yeah. So I think there's a couple of considerations. One is, I do think there's sort of two stages to this, is when you might decide to bring additional students back for in-person learning and when you might implement it. So I think those two things are tied together. So you could conceivably decide sooner rather than later that there are certain groups we want to prioritize for in-person learning, but decide to implement it at a later date. So I think I would encourage you to think about both of those things so that we can come to you with a thoughtful plan when you want it, but then we can have a thoughtful date for the implementation of that plan. I'd like us to have us settle into the current model and to make it work as best we can, to make sure that we've got all our safety protocols in place, that we have all our educational practices in place. I think that's a lengthy period, Kevin. I think it's I think we want to make sure that we're doing it right, so that when we bring back additional students for in-person learning, it's more seamless and less disruptive, and we're doing it properly. I'd encourage you to move, both the decision-making process and the implementation process out several weeks. I wouldn't, because remember, our high school learners aren't coming back until October 5th. So if you think sort of 3 weeks past that, give us 3 weeks anyways to make sure we have practices in place for our high school kids. Now you're into November almost. So I think I probably would think about the number of weeks past that October 5th date that makes sense to you as a committee and makes sense to this community.
Just following up on that, right? I mean, I feel like we've been saying here, and I think we've been hearing that the K2 is something we want to prioritize. So I think from my perspective, I take your point, but I'm not convinced it's actually relevant to what we're talking about as a priority to worry about how long the high school is going back, right? Yep. So I'll just give you a for instance, by no means a motion, but just a for instance, right? If you look at the calendar, we have a meeting on October 13th. That would mean the elementary schools would have been in for 3 weeks, right? And they'd be in their hybrid model for 3 weeks, okay? So to me, there's no possible way we could have a discussion prior to that meeting about, is this working? Right? So that would be the earliest possible that we could even consider a discussion about it working. I also think that if we had the discussion then, it would seem like we would only be able to implement maybe for the end of October or the beginning of November or something like that, right? So again, just thinking out loud, it seems to me there's no possible way we could go back in a responsible manner to more in person until the end of October, because we won't have time to know if it's working until middle of October at the earliest for the elementary. And then we won't give enough time for implementation plans and to figure all that stuff out until at earliest the beginning of November. So anyway, that's just me thinking out loud. And I agree, Marty, that we should look at our calendar, think about what works with us. Obviously, Ryan, you said before we could add more meetings if we needed to. But anyway, that's just, again, thinking out loud.
Thanks, Nicole.
In the spirit of thinking out loud, also not a motion. I'm just wondering if we could maybe have you speak to, for the consistency piece of it, I'm thinking schools tend to run on quarters, semesters, trimesters. I know that our different school age groups run on different models. Would it maybe be wise to consider examining these things based on those? So at the high school level, we don't reassess until we've completed quarter one or semester one, whatever we decided we felt more comfortable with. I know the middle schools run on a trimester model, so we're committed to this for the trimester, and then we look beyond that. I don't remember what the elementary schools run on.
Sorry, it's been a few years. 2 semesters. Okay. So that one might be clunkier with the K2. I'm just wondering if that sort of academic year model might be a stable way to look at this as well. What would be your thoughts on that?
No, I think it's a great idea. I think I would want to have that conversation with the administrative team to see if that is kind of a sensible way to think back to some phasing in. I suspect your comments would be well received by our administrators who might be tuning in, that they might appreciate tying additional in-person learning into the milestones that you mentioned. So I think that makes sense. I appreciate Kevin's comments, thinking about, you may want to approach this different with the elementary level than with the middle level and the high school level, and it's tied to a number of weeks after they return. So X number of weeks after the elementary return, X number of weeks after the middle returns, X number of weeks after the high school return. But I think that I'd love the opportunity to sit down with our administrators and kind of bring back to you some additional thoughts on not only when we might bring a plan or plans plural to you, and when we think we might be in a position to implement those. And I think what I'm hearing is you'd like to see those tied to the return of the specific grade spans. In other words, not necessarily wait for a single decision or a single implementation for all grades, but you might be interested in something that is linked to the start date, some period of time after the start date for each grade span.
I definitely heard that. I'd be interested in that myself. My own opinion is to not wait as long as a trimester or a semester, particularly for the littler ones, because they would have the longest wait, and then the ones who need to be in the most quickly. But if we pick something, if the admin come back to us and say 4 weeks, 5 weeks, 6 weeks, something like that, after the start date is going to be sufficient, then I think that makes sense for us to think about. So definitely, and one of our guests this evening mentioned the moving kids in. Why didn't we move kids in by in each building, one group in each building? So our original conversation was thinking about that from an academic point of view, moving in the younger kids first because they need it the most, then the middle, then the high, because they can handle the remote learning the most. So that was thinking about it from an academic point of view rather than a safety one. So admin maybe has to balance the two, our desire of getting all the kids in as quickly as possible for the point of academics, but they also have to balance that with getting in maybe only one grade at a time to make sure that they can handle the increased load with the safety protocols. So I would definitely be interested in hearing from them about what they suggest.
You've put in an enormous amount of time. I don't think most folks understand how much time you've put in. Nicole mentioned at the beginning of the meeting how much she appreciates the time that our administrators and teachers have put in, but everybody should appreciate how much time you put in. The reason I preface that is you don't have a meeting scheduled next week, but if you did have one, we could potentially come back to you with a sort of a more refined calendar for you to think about the next steps for your consideration. So I know there's even some of the athletic issues. We'll get through a lot tonight on the athletics, but there might be some additional information that you're going to need on that as well. So just a thought.
Jamie, go ahead.
Yeah, and I can thank you so much, Dr. O'Shea. No, I completely agree with what you had mentioned. And really it comes back to, I think, how everybody's thinking about this is elementary is different than middle than the high. Obviously high school, we can go a heck of a lot longer in the hybrid and feel comfortable that we can make adaptations and whatnot. Middle school, elementary, I think we got to make sure we're focusing on those learners that we know this isn't the perfect scenario for them. Special ed, K through 2, we all know that it's probably not the perfect scenario. And we know this today. It's not, you pick whatever model, the one that's in person is the only one that's probably going to work for them. So we at least got to lay out and kind of see whether it's possible. It may not be possible based off of the restrictions that we have, but at least we got to talk through it and at least think through it, because we know we owe it to the families in town that are worried about that. So, but thank you.
Gianna, go ahead.
Can we schedule a meeting for next week, Brian?
Yes. As Marty pointed out, we don't have one scheduled, but we can. And, you know, mentioning us putting in a lot of time for this, we did volunteer and nobody's really crying for us because this is what we signed up to do. And this is, I'm not joking. It's really, what is more important than us figuring out right now whether or not we're starting school correctly. I mean, so we have another meeting, then we're going to have another meeting. So I think it makes sense to me as well if we can get that information from the administrators, because like we said at the start of this part of it, the structure and people knowing what is likely to happen, I think is very valuable. If you're looking for childcare and the babysitter says, well, when is this job going to end? And their answer is, well, I don't know, because the school committee hasn't told me yet. And that's on us to give people that information. So I think if we can schedule something for next week and have this be reopening, specifically hearing from the admin about what, and maybe we're going to add other stuff shortly, I don't know, but hearing about this, I think would make a lot of sense for us. Rather than trying to make a decision right now, hear back from admin on what they think the most logical plan is for the protocol.
Appreciate the time. You know, we've been so focused on the reopening plans but you're right in getting us focused on next steps. And so I think we would benefit from having some time to bring back sort of a decision-making calendar, if I'm saying that the way you're thinking about it. So.
Yeah. Yeah. People can play. If things are going well. Yeah. If things are going well and we see that remote learning is good and we look at maybe it's only K-2 who can come back at the moment, then fine, whatever, we can talk about it, but we have to have a date that people know that that's the date where we might change it. I think that makes a lot of sense. So, are there more slides on this?
That's it. I think that the next week.
It goes, so I keep muting it.
That's okay. That's it for the slide deck. I don't know if there's any other questions relating to reopening. We're you know, one of the principals, Donna Hutton, sent us a picture of some desks new desks that had arrived at school today, and it was one of the administrators had said, "Do I smell some hope?" You know, and that was nice. It was nice to see that the desks. It was nice to see that teachers are starting to come into the buildings to set up their classrooms. There is certainly some nervousness around this, certainly some wondering, some questions, but I'm also sensing that there's some hope and that people are, as they always are this time of year, they're eager to get started with our kids. So I'm ever the optimist, and I'm looking forward to our reopening and working with our kids and our families and seeing our teachers back on Thursday.
Fantastic. Next thing on our list is a athletics report.
Yes, so Principal Landers and Athletic Director Michael Capitasto are with us this evening. Mike just went on camera. Thank you, Mike. And we have for the committee's consideration, the athletic guidance that we have received from the MIAA and the Mass Department of Education, and a decision that is in front of the committee with regard to the athletic participation of our Longmeadow High students. So Mike had put together a slide deck that I will pull up, and we'll turn it over to Principal Landers and to Mike. So just give me 1 second here. Stand by. Too many PowerPoints to choose from here. Let's see. There we go. Okay. Is that the right one? Am I on the right slide deck? Okay. All right. I want to start with next steps, right? Yeah. All right. Yes. All right. I want to confirm that Athletic Director Capitasian are tuned in. Do we have you both?
Yes. Can you hear me?
All right.
Can you hear me, Marty?
So take it away, Mike or Tom.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, sorry. Okay,
So,
gotcha.
So thanks. I'm gonna hand this over to Mr. Capitasto in a moment. I just wanted to hopefully present a framework and some context for you as to why we're bringing this to you. So much has happened in the last 2 weeks. If we think that DESE is coming out with some information late, they look quick compared to the MIAA. It's just the reality of what has happened when they're dealing with these huge issues in the last part of August, things are going to move fast. So in the last 2 weeks, things have been made. What we're going to present to you tonight really is a recommendation to allow us to keep working, for lack of a better explanation. Meaning that either tonight or number two, all districts are being asked to commit to continuing the work at the PVAC level, our local, the MIAA, to say we're not interested in sports. But and that would close the door to fall sports immediately. Just to recap, the reason we have to bring this for a formal vote to a school committee is because any community that is not in the red or coded COVID graph and chooses to go remote, even for a matter of weeks, has to have a school committee vote on it. If we were completely hybrid, we would not need this. If we go back into full hybrid model on October 5 and we choose not to, and we don't come out of that, we could then play sports without a school. The fall will have come and gone. We can't wait that long to be included in any potential schedules we'll work on. So I wanted to explain that, and I also just wanted to acknowledge that Mr. Capitasto has a slide near the end of the presentation about work still needing to be done, decisions still needing to be made, and there are many of them. Again, tonight basically is a vote on, do we close the door and say no to fall sports, or do we leave the door open with us bringing you more information next week, more details about individual sports committees and their recommendations. So for example, today, those individual sports committees had to be finished with their recommendations. I believe that they're going to be made, those formal recommendations will be made later this week, Thursday or Friday. Mike would know better than I. And then next Tuesday, a week from today, the full MIAA board will vote to accept those recommendations on the individual rule adjustments, changes for those sports, or they'll vote them down 1 week from tonight. They could, the MIAA board could choose to go forward with some sports, but not other sports. They could choose to say one sport should definitely be pushed to fall 2 season, the season that ends at the end of February and goes through the end of April. So a lot's going to happen. A lot has already happened in the last 2 weeks. This next week is going to be busy for the MIAA. And once that occurs next week, the local arms, our PVIAC, our Pioneer Valley Interscholastic Athletic Council, has to then decide what we're going to do. By saying yes to the recommendation tonight, you allow us to give a signal to our student athletes, to our families, and to our coaches that we're going to try to make this happen. But what I want to say transparently is even if you vote on this tonight, that doesn't mean that all sports are going to happen. Again, it's based on the MIAA vote next week. It's based on the PVIAC work over the next few weeks. They've already moved the earliest date that sports will begin to September 18th. So they have to do all this in that time. And that's kind of the charge that we have in front of us tonight. So just to give you an example of things that we still have to resolve, even if you say yes tonight, we have to work with the PVIAC to see what sports they will let go forward, what schools, what area schools have committed to playing. Have there been any nuances to those schools? So for instance, will maybe some Franklin and Hampshire County schools say, we'll play, but we'll only play against schools within our county. PVIAC will make will engage in analysis of, are certain sports viable? Are there enough teams to make up a season and make up a schedule? They're going to give us feedback on sub-varsity programs. Through early dialogue that Mr. Capitasto has had, there are many area schools that are not even planning on having freshmen, or in some cases, even JV programs. Some others are. That will begin to become more clear over the next week or two if there's a positive vote tonight to keep working. It's about spectators. We would then have to make local decisions about user fees. What if there's not enough to have a freshman soccer season with a schedule, but we feel that they could practice together and work out? That would be another decision locally that we would bring back to you. But we would also have to talk about user fees. What's the fairness of that if you're not going to play games? And then we would also have to look at engaging and partnering with our students as to what can happen and what can't happen. They're separate entities, and what we partner with them. So I guess I will hand it over to Mr. Capitasto with the acknowledgement that there's still a lot to be answered. There's still a lot of work to do, but a yes vote tonight would allow the door to stay open for sports rather than close it. A no vote tonight would close it at least completely for the fall season and up until we were fully hybrid. Michael?
Thanks, Tom. Thanks for having us tonight, and thanks for all the work you guys have been doing. Like Principal Landers said, there's been a lot of information that's come out over the last 2 weeks. The MIAA Board of Directors met last Wednesday, the day after your meeting, and rolled out with 11 recommendations. So, like Mr. Landers said, the MIA has never said, this is what we're doing. There's a lot of steps in this process that need to continue to happen, just like with the reopening plans. The first thing, the MIAA had a COVID-19 task force made up about 20 to different people, from physicians, superintendents, school committee members, coaches, officials, Board of Health, Governor's the EEA office, and DESE. So they worked jointly. The Department of Education and the Governor's office and the MIA have worked jointly to come up with these 11 recommendations to present to the Board of Directors last Wednesday. And last Wednesday, the Board of Directors voted on those recommendations and approved all those recommendations. Some were tweaked a little bit, but they were all approved pending sports committees, specific sports committees work. So these, I'm sure everybody has seen, has come out with specific guidance to youth and adult recreational sports, which we would fall under that guidance. So they have 4 levels, and in a low risk sport, you can participate in all 4 levels at this point in time. And our low risk sports right now, the only low risk sport that would be a complete go right now would be golf, even though cross country still falls in low risk, the MIAA has sent back to them to meet the EA guidance of staggered start times. How would they, the finish line, the start line, and how would they modify those those meets, a healthy and safe sport. The moderate and high risk sports right now can only participate in level 1 as they are traditionally played. So they have, again, gone back to the sports committees, which had to have all the information done by the end of the day today of how they can modify their sport. And each sport committee will come out with recommendations of, yes, we can modify our sport by these sport-specific modifications, or they can come back and say, for example, like soccer can come back and say, hey, with all these modifications, we do not feel comfortable playing the sport right now. We're going to move it to fall 2. So all of this is still on the table, and it's all moving parts. You know, and they've already said the high-risk sports, football and cheer and unified basketball, are already moved to fall 2 season because they cannot modify their sport enough to limit all the contacts. So the one recommendation Mr. Landers already said, the if everything goes forward, the start date would be September 18th for all the sports except for boys and girls soccer, boys and girls cross country, golf, field hockey, girls volleyball. If those sports committees can come up with some modifications and a board of directors approves this next Tuesday, and if our PVIC, our district, approves the modifications as well, and we feel comfortable as a district to make those sports go. So here's the schedule, potential updated calendar. And us being remote, we can say yes. Even though we're remote, we are still going to allow students to participate in athletics, or we can say kick all of the fall season down to fall sports, to the floating season. Right now, there's still hold on a second. I think the lights went out in here. So right now, I think there was 7 or 8 athletic directors speaking tonight to their school committees, trying to get a decision on whether we can move forward with athletics. The PVIC is going to want an answer by a certain date, so we can move forward with remaking schedules. We can move forward with planning for the fall season on the September 18th. The next steps, like today, they were the sports-specific committees had to have the EEA guidelines. And then on Thursday, the COVID-19 task force by the MIAA will review the sports committees and sports medicine guidelines, and then we'll present to the MIA president and executive director, and they will vote by Tuesday, September 1st on those recommendations. And again, I think they are each sports committee is charged at, and I keep hearing it tonight, safety and health of the students, and that's what each sports committee will be charged to do. And if they feel at any point in time that is not the case, they will not recommend that sport be played at this date and time. The MIA is doing a lot of work in accordance with the EEA and DESE, and they will come out with their recommendations next week. Another big thing that came out of that was they did allow for from September 18th to July 3rd, approved by the principal. And Mr. Landers and I have had some dialogue about this. And again, we will continue to have some dialogue about that. Coaching out of season, but there's still a lot of hurdles to go with that specific recommendation at a local level. And I think we're looking again a yes to continue working. Like I've watched the last 4 meetings. It's a working document. It's all going to continue to change. And what we're looking for is a yes that we will allow our, since we are in remote, we will allow our students to participate in athletics pending sport-specific guidance, and can we requirements or exceed those requirements? I did talk to Beverly today about our plans, and she felt comfortable moving forward with athletics pending sport-specific guidance, and we talked at length about again, if each sport specific committee felt that it might not be safe to have that sport, they will kick that down the road and not play that sport this year. So she felt very comfortable moving forward. Again, pending some information. Once that information comes out, after we meet as a admin team, we will forward Beverly all of the recommendations. And show that we are meeting or all the guidelines per EEA, per MIA, and per DESI. And again, our district will be looking for a drop dead date. They have not come out with that drop dead date yet for a commitment, but they will. We have another meeting on Monday, and hopefully we'll get some clarity on what date they're actually looking for a commitment from us. And then these would be some of the steps that have to consider. And some of this is out of our control. Some of this is not. Again, it's going to be pending what a lot of districts do. Local districts, whether it's East Longmeadow, Agawam, Amherst, Northampton. There's a lot of districts that are trying to make the same decisions, and hopefully we can continue to move forward and continue to plan pending our guidance and guidelines from the MIAA. Any specific questions?
Thank you, Tom. Committee, anyone? Nicole?
I'm just wondering, first off, thank you guys, both of you, for taking the time to come in and talk to us tonight. I'm curious if, given the changing nature of all of this, can you speak to any effect this has on registrations for families, fees that they pay, that piece of the puzzle?
Again, that's going to be a decision once everything comes out of, okay, we're not going to have we're going to allow practice. There's going to be no freshman soccer, but we're going to allow practice. That's stuff that we're going to have to sit down and sit down with you and come up with an answer to that.
To add on to that, Nicole, registration has been open, but we've left it open because of the unique year that we're having. Normally it would be closed by this point, but registration is still open. But Mike's right. We have to talk about what sports will go forward, and then we have to talk about fairness.
Thank you. Susie?
Yeah, just thank you both for dealing with this. We're in new territory yet again. I think this will continue. I do have a question about transportation. Can you speak to that at all? Just in terms of, we know there's transportation guidelines, in terms of buses and how students are supposed to be seated on buses and things like that. Have you thought at all yet? I know this is all new and you're waiting on this, but has there been any discussion about or the amount of busing that you'd need if, sports were to go forward? And
Yes and no. I mean, there's we had our district meeting on Monday. We talked about, again, a lot of things are up in the air because we don't know what communities are going to commit to athletics. For example, we're talking about doing on Mondays could possibly just be boys soccer playing. So you're only sending out one team that day. On Tuesdays, it could be girls soccer. So again, you're only sending out one team that day. So, but in most of the cases, for one varsity team going out, we would most likely need two buses just for one varsity game going out. There's also been some talk of possibly doing some things on the weekends to help alleviate some of that transportation issues, and that's something we would come back to the committee with or subcommittees with. Do we allow parents to transport student athletes now? And in the past, we haven't. So those would be some of the considerations we would bring back to and get the okay from your committee of yes, we will allow that moving forward for this year because of the extreme circumstances we're under. But yeah, it's kind of if we're sending out two teams, now you're looking for four buses, which it just doesn't. I don't know how much sense that makes for a lot of school districts. And that's why a lot of school districts aren't sure about having sub-varsity programs. We have talked about having the focus during the week, just varsity games, and on the weekends doing sub-varsity jamborees at one site during timetables. So again, there's a lot of things still on the table, but we're waiting for schools, as a district, we're waiting for schools to commit to that before we could really start to move forward with scheduling and brainstorming some of these issues that are going to be very important.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gianna.
Yeah, to echo everybody, thank you guys so much for all your work on this. I just have a clarifying question because, there's so many benefits to sports and practices and, competitions. Did you say that if the EEA or those sport committees, if they say they can't, like say soccer can't meet the modifications, would they still be able to have practices and stuff? Because those are valuable too.
So yes and no approval. We have already talked. For example, if we were to move forward with fall sports, we would move forward with allowing football and cheerleading to have practices this fall. Because again, like you said, the benefits of being around the social emotional with the teammates and coaches and peers and never mind the physical. We've talked about that. And if something was kicked down the road, just one sport, that they would fall into that category. But again, there's still more discussion to be had. But our original conversation with myself and Principal Landers, we both were on the same page of yes, we would continue. We would offer those teams, those sports practices in the off season. Kevin?
Really appreciate you guys coming and talking through this. So I've got a lot of questions. I'll try to restrain myself. So, all right, first, there's full senior. I want to play in all four. Am I allowed to do that?
Correct. You are. You are allowed to play in all four, but the bona fide team rule would come into effect where even though, say you're a baseball player and you're running cross country, you can, if you're in the cross country season, you still have to attend cross country season, and you cannot say, hey, I'm going to skip practice, I'm going to skip a meet to go to a baseball out of that. But yes, you can participate in all four seasons.
Sure. So our football players who know they're not playing in the fall, they can join cross country, soccer, golf, any of that stuff.
Correct.
Right now. Okay.
Right. Correct.
Are these seasons long enough that we're going to have postseason tournaments?
So the MIAA will have no state tournament this 20 for the fall season. They will revisit the winter season a few weeks before that. to determine if they're going to have a winter tournament. But for the fall, there will be no MIAA tournament, but the PVIC has talked about at least trying to put together a Western Mass tournament.
So the Western Mass hasn't been decided yet.
Correct. We just don't know how many schools are going to be in it completely.
And I'm assuming, Mike, once some of these things come down, there's going to be some really clear communication to parents and the community. I mean, I've read some of the proposed changes to soccer, and I mean, it's not going to look like actual soccer if some of these rule modifications actually go in. So, I mean, I'm sure this is part of your plan to communicate with everybody, just so everybody knows what they're actually signing up for, because I know my now college son said if some of those rules were in play, he's not even sure he would have wanted to play because he said it would not have been actual soccer. So anyway, I know that's coming down, and we don't need to go into that now, but I just wanted to make sure that folks listening know that some of these sports will look very different depending on what rule modifications.
So so just to clarify that, Kevin, the MIAA is going to put together professional development for coaches and administrators, and also slideshows for parents and students to show the modifications of each particular sport. So yeah, there'll be plenty of clarification and communication going forward.
Excellent. And you said the earliest date anything can start in the fall is September 18th. Is that the earliest date for sanctioned practices, or will games be starting that early?
That will be the first official day of practice.
So do we know when games might start?
Games right now will start October 1st.
Okay.
Again, depending on how many schools are involved and things like that. But that is the start date for.
It's very helpful. And the final thing that I want to throw out there is I wonder if you guys could talk a little bit about whether they've decided, because I feel like I've read something about, if your town goes red on one of those COVID cards, my understanding is that you're done. Your sports are done. And if we were going to play one of those towns, that's off. If we're red, nobody's playing us, we're out. Can you just talk a little bit about that so everybody understands what's going on?
Absolutely. So right now, if you were in, they're going to look September 1st to see where everybody is at. If you were in red on September 1st, again, and they continue to evaluate, and it's a working document. If you were in red, kicked to that floating season, including practices, you will not be allowed to practice if you are in a red zone per the DPH metrics that we are using. You can, however, appeal to our district athletic committee, like Born and Beverly talk about that we have a high rate with nursing homes and that's what inflates our numbers. So we could definitely, if we were in red, we could appeal if after sitting down with Chief Dearborn and Beverly and looking at the actual numbers, and hey, these were separate cases because of the nursing home, and this really isn't our actual numbers. But yeah, you could appeal that going forward. If you do go into red when the season is going on, you have to immediately stop the season, and again, pending an appeal on some information. But then you would be, depending on where in the season it is stopped, you could be moved to the floating season of fall 2 if we are in the red.
And so thank you, Mike. And I guess my final comment is just, if you wanted to speak to our athletes and just remind them, and we heard this at the beginning when the students spoke about how it's imperative on them to be following these guidelines to keep us in the green or the yellow so that we can continue to play sports. So I don't know if you just want to speak a little bit to parents and players about the imperative of doing that.
Yeah, and I think it's, like you said, it's very important, and it was great to hear our student athletes talk about them doing their part, and I truly believe They are going to continue to do their part because we all want to be back to some kind of normalcy, back to school, back to athletics. Like a few of the emails that we sent out this last spring and this summer, there's some hope right here. So continue to train, continue to follow the EA guidelines. I see, obviously we come to work and I see a lot of students, around the town, around the fields, working out. But please continue to make sure we are following those EA guidelines. We're social distancing. We're proper hygiene. Because if we do not do that, there's not going to be a season. But if we can continue to do what we've been doing, again, there's some hope that September 18th we'll be out on the practice fields.
Thank you, Kevin. Bronwyn.
Thank you to Mike and Tom for all this information. Also for putting together the next steps. You guys are already looking ahead to items that we just need a little bit more information about, which we appreciate. I'm really wishing we were able to open on September 14th. It just seems to make more sense to me that you would start school before sports, but that's not the option before us. So I'm just wondering if, because we're meeting next Tuesday, if we could get this, if you could get this as possible, and then we could vote on it next Tuesday. Because Marty had sent us an email today indicating we could kind of do a consensus, or I'm not sure what he called it, to just continue. I think Mr. Landers used that word as well. But I'm not sure what other people think about that.
Thank you, Bronwyn. So obviously you guys would be able to come back and give us more information. I think there would be benefit. Just to share, I'm sorry, let me call on Jamie first, Bronwyn, and then we'll wrap up and maybe make comments towards your
first. Go ahead.
Sure. So I'd like to vote tonight. I'm in favor of this, and I want to support the athletes who came and spoke to us earlier tonight. I think the decision to push back their entrance at the high school was, like we talked about before, it was about academics and giving us a little bit more time to make sure we had everything prepared. And according to the presentation tonight, the MIA and the PVAC are still doing their due diligence to make sure that these sports can happen safely. And if they come to the decision that they can't happen safely, our vote means nothing because they're going to cancel it anyway. So what we're doing here is giving our administration and the athletic director the opportunity to continue to look into this and come up with plans so that if the MIA and our local athletics say that yes, it can be done safely, then we can move forward. So I don't think we should hinder our school into continuing to look into this, because the MIA is doing what they're supposed to do and trying to make sure it's safe. Although I agree with Kevin's son, the soccer rules that I saw are completely ridiculous. But regardless, I would like us to defend our soccer title, even if it's a ridiculous soccer version. I think we should give the kids a shot of doing that. So I'm in favor of it, and I'm in favor of voting about this tonight so that we can move forward. Jamie?
Yep. Mine both for coming and presenting. We truly appreciate it. So I just have a couple comments. Number one, to the girls who came in, gave the visitor comments earlier. Thank you very much. It's always good to hear their insight. I think I just look at this more from the kids. I mean, you only get a certain number of years in high school. You only get a certain number of years to play high school sports. Many people don't go play college sports. And any sense of normalcy that we can give these student athletes or club members or Lego, whatever it is, and the more structure we can provide to them with a grown adult around, I think the better. I think it's a wonderful opportunity for us to continue to move this forward and let them continue to plan wherever it takes us. But I think just looking at this strictly from the kids and normalcy and some sense of want, desire, or something out there that they're getting very excited about, and give them a lot of hope that it's going to happen. I'd rather continue to give them hope, and if it doesn't come to fruition, so be it. But I want some hope, especially for them, but also for probably a lot of the parents who want to watch their kids play sports. And then just as a follow-up, Ryan, am I okay? We haven't, I have a comment on the actual written motion that I'd like for us to consider. Can I say that in advance of it, or do we have to do it after?
We have to wait until there's a motion, and then that'll be part of discussion.
Okay.
Or if you were the person to speak any way you wanted to, and then that would be what we talk about. But before you do that, Susie has her hand up. I'd like to let her talk.
Well, I was going to make a motion. Does that mean I beat him to it, or do I defer? Do I yield to my committee member?
Go for it.
Well, I took the liberty because, and I want to be clear as before I present this, I took the liberty of rewording it so that it reflected exactly what Mr. Lander said, which is that we're authorizing the LHS admin to continue to pursue the commencement of athletics. So if I'm okay to go, I'm going to do it. I move that the school committee vote to authorize the LHS, can't say that tonight, LHS admin to continue pursuing the commencement of interscholastic athletics on September 18th through July 3rd, 2021, pending the release of MIAA and PVIAC guidelines and recommendations.
There was a motion that was seconded by Kevin, although he was muted. And you got that? All right, just so the public knows, that was Kevin who said second. Any discussion, Jamie? Okay, Peter.
Hold on, I'm on mute. Yep. So as we just did the motion, we kept the dates September 18th through September 20th through July 3rd through July 2021.
Mm-hmm.
I guess what I would ask the group is maybe we look at this as a seasonal thing where we say move forward for fall and winter. I just find it hard to believe that we'd be planned out till July 3rd, 2021 for sports, but we're October 4th for school. Just my own personal, that's my mental dilemma. So I'd rather say, hey, let's do fall, let's do winter as part of this, but I'm not in spring yet, so.
Well, I'd say in answer to that, I think it's reflected in what Mike and Tom were talking about regarding the MIA. All we're saying here is, should the MIA and the PVIAC determine that it is safe for our athletes to play, then yes, we want them to play. So we don't have this huge authority that we're going to make sports happen. If MIA shuts us down, we're shut down. So we can say for this entire school year, because of the end of it, where Susie said pending the guidelines and recommendations of MIA, we're not pretending that we have the power to go over them. So what we're saying is, if it's deemed safe for sports to continue, we want sports to continue. So by going for the whole school year, that just shows everybody that as long as things continue to be safe in Massachusetts, then we continue to support the idea of sports, rather than have to do it over, let's check again, because we're going to just say the same thing over again. We're going to have to say pending, even if we looked at it 2 months from now, we're going to say pending MIA guidelines, we still agree to go forward, because we can't make one happen without them.
I hear you.
Thanks for listening.
Just to follow up on that, Ryan, the MIAA and the COVID-19 task force is going to continue to, like you say, is going to continue to meet and evaluate, and at any point in time, they can shut down and like they did last year. So and they're working in directly with the governor's office and DESE, so it would be a joint decision, and they would, if they felt at any point in time that is unsafe for the student athletes to continue, they will shut it down for us. But yeah, I agree with you on everything.
Thank you. Anyone else with a comment? Gianna?
I just wanted to, I know other people have already thanked them, but I just wanted to thank student athletes that spoke tonight and also the student athlete that wrote to us because I love athletics for many reasons, but you all just with your courage and sharing your voice just demonstrated just some of the benefits of participating in athletics with, you know, your self-esteem and your confidence, and you're just, you know, providing a positive example and ideas and being a role model for others. So thank you to all of you students.
Well said, Gianna. And Tom, am I remembering correctly that something like 80% of our students are involved in athletics?
Yes, play at least one sport, and then we have pretty good percentages of kids who engage in 2 sports, and a smaller but impressive number who engage in 3.
Fantastic. So we are talking about a large number of our kids.
Yes, we had 1,300 participants last year.
Yeah.
So that has been seconded. Is there any more discussion on that motion? Where's Bronwyn? Bronwyn, you good?
I'm good, thanks.
Go for a vote.
Yes.
Nicole?
Yes.
Gianna?
Yes.
Jamie?
Yes.
Bronwyn?
Yes.
Kevin? Yell loud, I'm up. Yes from Kevin, and a yes from me as well, Diane. Thank you to Tom and Mike for that presentation. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Marty, the next thing on our list is extracurricular.
Yeah, nothing specific to report. I'm not anticipating any DESE guidance in this area, so I suspect that we would approach it with the same safety protocols and practices that we're approaching schooling with. And so, you know, if there are opportunities to do some in-person extracurriculars in a safe way, I would be interested in exploring that. If some of our extracurriculars can only be done virtually, I'd be interested in exploring that. And perhaps there are some extracurriculars that, given the conditions, we won't be able to run at all, or given the nature of the club. But so more on that. I think, as important as athletics are, we also know that our kids are very involved in clubs and activities at all levels, and so and those are an important part of their connection to the school and the community, to each other. So I expect at some point we'll come back to the committee with some local plans around clubs and activities, if that's okay.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to seeing how you can get the entire senior class in a play when they can't actually sit next to each other. It'll be very different from this past year.
We're gonna do this.
A question? Bronwyn, I see you with your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Mr. Landers, in the reopening plan, it alluded to the clubs. Was it only taking place virtually? I just want to make sure. I mean, obviously we're unanimously up for sports, and I think that, well, I'll just speak for myself, that the extracurricular activities are equally important. And I'm just hoping that we, as Marty mentioned, look at each one maybe individually, and the ones that are able to meet in person do have that opportunity. Of course, there will be some that just logistics wise, we can't get there. Hopefully those could be done virtually. And I guess it's possible that some can't even meet virtually, I'm not sure. But I want to just, make sure the students know that if the clubs can meet in person, that's what, the high school is going to commit to.
Sure. Firstly, I will say that if all goes well, we are going to have the senior play in March. So that's the hope.
Nice.
DESE actually they did let us know. DESE is just the gift that keeps giving. They tell us that, they do tell us now that they are going to give us some guidance on clubs and co-curriculars. It's not here. on August 25th, but we hope that it is soon. But, and this, I completely agree with what the superintendent said and what has been expressed. We would like to hopefully see what Desi says, but we know that out of the gate, we should be able to start with some remote clubs. The Jet Jotter, for example. There's no reason the Jet Jotter had made an electronic transition halfway through the year last year. They're chomping at the bit. That's one example. I mentioned some other clubs in our reopening plan that I think are kind of no-brainers. Whether it be our Unity Club, the GSA, Gay Straight Alliance, the Jet Jotter. There's quite a bit that can be done from our service clubs, like a Key Club. They can't do everything, but there are some things that they could do. There's a lot of, they're not engaging in this now because we're not back in school yet, but there's been a decent amount of volunteerism around Zooming with into local nursing homes and assisted living, for example. And that's the kind of volunteerism that we may not have thought of 6 months ago, but it's certainly a great service to senior citizens. So we would like to do that. And then at the in-person clubs, we want to wait for the guidance, and we also want to see what we can do as we go hybrid. We want to see what is allowed. I mean, there's still questions to be answered about when will all students have to be out of the building. I think they're going to be out of the building pretty quickly after the last bell rings, but hopefully that will evolve and change, and we can do things again safely and methodically, but do them on behalf of the students. So that's the plan.
Okay, that's great. I wasn't aware that DESE changed their mind and said they would issue guidance. So hopefully soon.
Yes.
Are we sure we want it is the question. Every day there's some new guidance that comes out. Yeah.
Thank you. Anybody with any other questions about extracurricular? Seeing none. Next up, administrative reports, superintendent report.
I think you've heard enough from me tonight.
School committee chair report. My only report will be once again to thank the public for sharing their opinion with us, both the people who come on live and the people who email us. We appreciate it very much. There have been some fantastic ideas in the emails and from people open to in the public. Whenever we find interested people, please share your opinion because that's an important data point. We don't pretend to say, don't pretend to know the answers, so we appreciate what you have to say to us. Thank you.
Nothing to report tonight for me.
Thank you very much. Are there any other
Yes, we did meet last week. We did tweak one of the things in it. We voted to keep the LPVEC open on Wednesdays for the high need students, which falls right in alignment with what Longmeadow is doing. So I thought the consistency there is great. So I just wanted to keep you posted that it won't be open for CTEC, but it will be on Wednesdays, but it will be open for the high need students. Thanks.
Thank you. Energy and sustainability. No reports. Fantastic.
So policy sub met. Days blur together now. Yeah, Thursday. Thank you. To consider a mask policy, and so in your electronic folder was the MASC policy as sort of amended by the policy sub. And we thought it important to have a policy in place for a couple of reasons. Number one, to confirm the district's commitment to having all students wear masks at all grades. Number two, to indicate that administrators would need to oversee that and enforce that. and also to articulate that the times when students would be required to wear a mask. So that proposed policy is in your electronic folder, and I think it probably is in your hard copy folder as well. And I'll just take a second to pull it up myself. Excuse me. So you'll notice in the document, the policy subcommittee felt that it was important to, based on the most recent guidance that is out, to commit to face masks as opposed to face coverings. And so the mask would signal to folks that we're following the latest CDC guidance that is included as a reference on the policy. We added some language that face masks still have to conform with sort of our dress code in the sense that they can't be inflammatory or obscene. It does confirm that we would modify the mask requirement for anyone who has a documented medical reason for not wearing a face mask. So our principals would work with families and gather the doctor's notes if necessary. And you'll notice that in the original policy, it indicated that face masks would not be required in some situations. We felt that that was too, that we wanted to hold it to a higher standard, and so we indicated that face masks may not be required in certain situations, but you've probably seen that in our reopening plans, at least to start the year, that we're going to be asking students to be wearing masks at recess and in other sort of non-classroom settings. Of course, at lunch, they would be permitted to remove their mask when they begin eating, but we want to, at least as we start the year, have students wear masks at recess. Each school will have a sort of an approach to mask breaks, sort of formal mask breaks, and places where those mask breaks can be taken. I want to note that there's one portion of the recommended policy here that says that students are permitted to momentarily readjust or take down their mask at their discretion. I reviewed that particular sentence with our school physician, and she recommended that we not include that language, understanding that, as we all do, there are probably going to be times where students have to make their mask fit properly for good reason. But we felt that, I think, on second thought, it probably ought not be captured in policy. So I'm recommending to you tonight that we actually remove that sentence that says students are permitted to momentarily readjust or take down their mask at their discretion. Again, not to say that that won't happen. We're not expecting that kids, in fact, it's a good thing for people to readjust their mask to make sure it's sealed around their face. But our physician felt it was better not to include that. And I think, as I think about it, I think that makes sense. So this policy is for your consideration. Normally, policies require a public posting period, but there is Diane, and you can help me out with this, there's another policy that permits policies to be approved more quickly. So that's for your consideration. And Kevin and Nicole and Gianna were part of the policy subcommittee discussion, and Sue as well. So it would be great to get this in place before we start the year. Anything else I'm missing?
Are you probably gonna record?
Oh, sure, yeah,
Sorry.
take it away.
Policy member, yeah, Jen.
Marty, I'm superintendent. I just wanted to, you had mentioned in the fourth full paragraph, in addition, the district will, you had mentioned that this modifications for anyone with a documented medical behavior. I just want to clarify, it's this policy allows for consideration of a modification.
Jamie, go ahead.
Yep, Dr. O'Shea, can you just give me an example of a designated mask break? Just so parents understand, like at school, what like a first grader versus a high schooler? Are we walking outside? What are we doing? Just so you know.
It will vary by level. At the elementary level, we would have more specific mask break areas that would be, whenever practical, outdoors, and students would be distanced at more than 6 feet. Sue is also kind of involved with our admin team as we talked about these mask break practices. So I don't know if there's anything else that you could.
Yeah, they're administrators are looking for spaces where students are, far more than 6 feet apart for a brief mask break, but mostly outside at recess or in a classroom. Teach the classroom out for a reading block maybe, and have them social distance and have a mask break outside. They're really leaning towards trying to find those good open spaces to do that.
Adjusted to ensure that they're in accordance with this policy. So we did put up some sort of mask information for parents in our reopening plans, but understanding that we may adjust based on your decisions tonight in this discussion.
I think this is all great. The one question I would have, does this apply to anybody that's walking on the property? So, for example, at like elementary school, is this required of all the parents who would be showing up to pick up their students that are on the property of the school district? Is that correct? I assumed it was, but I just wanted to make sure. So that would be the expectation, is we would be telling parents to wear the mask until they're outside the school district property on their way home, whatever.
Yes. Yeah.
And as we would be telling parents to wear the mask until they're outside the school district property on their way home, whatever.
Yes. Yeah. And we have masks. We would make masks. It would be expected in the very limited circumstances where we might be very constricted, but we would have masks available for anyone that didn't have them. Students will be. We have a big supply of the disposable masks, like I'm wearing right now, and those will be available to staff and students.
And we still have a mask mandate in Massachusetts. Yeah, so they got to wear them anyway.
Okay. Yeah, if you're not on school property, you don't have.
Outdoors anyway.
Outdoors, you don't. So yeah, that's what the question I had. So that statement, visitors in violation of this policy will be denied entry to the school or district facility. So do you think facility captures the property?
You could expand that to say the facility or campus.
Campus might be, yeah. Because if you're coming to pick up kids, I would think, you'd want to have your mask on. We want it on for sure.
So we'll make that amendment and tie that into any motion that you might take on a policy. Is that, you have that, Diane? Okay,
And then the amendment that you gave, which was striking that sentence.
thank you.
And then I just saw a typo in the individual where the bulleted list is, has trouble breathing, is unconscious, is incapacitated.
Yeah.
Should be.
Thank you.
Nicole?
I would just add one other issue. We had a little bit of trouble connecting for review. In the paragraph, in addition, the district, the sentence, final modifications are approved by the building principal in consultation with the school nurse or local board of health, period. My recollection is that should be where the sentence ends, but please, Kevin or Gianna, if I'm remembering it correctly, feel free to correct me.
My recollection is the same.
That's your recollection as well. Okay.
I think that's a good change, that we're not, that way we're not creating confusion about that face shields are an acceptable substitute, because they're not. Yeah, I would agree.
Put in was two-ply, where we talked about the two-ply piece of it, and we talked about the gaiters not being two-ply and the fleece not being two-ply. So I wonder if we should just add that to the beginning of the policy to make sure that staff and students are coming with a two-ply material, two-ply fabric mask.
I would support that and agree as well.
Can I ask where you're putting that? A two-ply in the second paragraph?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
So we would be distributing this to families pretty darn soon then, because I see a lot of kids with gaiters. And if those aren't acceptable, then we need to let families know.
I guess the question is that
Andy Frazier. Andy Frazier. All right. Andy Frazier, who was here earlier, he mentioned the same thing, that the implication of this policy is that it's, no bandanas. So yes, that I think we need to be very explicit with families about that.
So actually, I have a question for all of you who are on this and discussing it. Maybe it's for Frazier, but is there an official CDC definition of what a face mask is? So I'm rather saying, not say what face mask is.
So we were looking it up in the policy sub, and we looked at the CDC and DPH, and most of them went with the two-ply fabric. Actually, our debate was whether it was fabric or material, or what the material was, but they probably have a broader range and call it face covering as opposed to face masks, and we really wanted to limit the gaiters and the things that had a single ply that were really thin. We didn't say anything about specifically the masks that have the little regulator on them that are allegedly not safe either. So I don't know if you want to think about something like that.
Sorry, I missed the end of that. What's wrong with those?
They actually let you expire your breath out through the ventilation. So.
Okay. Any other comments?
I guess the question we grappled with, and I'm curious what the rest of the committee thinks. I mean, we could say something as specific as a surgical face mask which I don't know if we need to say disposable or not, but it's what Susie and Marty are wearing right now, or a 2-ply cloth face mask or something along those lines, to be very specific. These are the 2 things that we will allow. And on the policy subcommittee, we weren't sure how to go with that. But that was part of our discussion, and we just didn't know how to resolve that.
Got an answer to that, Nicole?
No, just in addition, I'm thinking if we did want to be very specific that way, it might also be worth adding in a sentence that says no to gaiters, bandanas, or masks with vents, so that we're just because otherwise I feel like there might still be questions moving forward.
Marty?
So the CDC guidance does say that the ones with the ventilation holes are not permissible. Would it be as simple as saying a CDC compliant 2-ply face mask? That way, if the guidance changes, right, and it has, you're at least, you have an anchor with the CDC that's referenced at the bottom of the policy.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. That if there were not in policy, but maybe from administration sent to families, hopefully that means not the one with the ventilator. So our policy reflects CDC guidance, but the practical is not that one that you're wearing right now. No gator. So I think that makes sense to me.
Yep.
If it does change, we are, like you said, we'll cover what CDC is saying.
Yeah.
Cool. Any other, Jim?
Since we were just talking about sports tonight, in that second paragraph, a CDC compliant face mask that covers the nose and mouth must be worn by all individuals in school buildings, on school grounds, and on school transportation. Do we need to add, like if you're on a field trip or if you're playing a game at any school sanctioned? Help me out, Susie. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I know the sports guidelines, they have specific times when you have to wear them. So that would definitely be, I think we won't even go against what MIA is already saying, right?
So
That might be tough. So yes, then you're getting into if they're saying that you don't wear masks during certain play, then you'd be compliant. Or
So there is
a sort of an out in there that says face masks. Furthermore, face masks may not be required when appropriate social distancing can be enforced during PE classes and while outside. So there is sort of that caveat that would permit, if the MIA permits and DESE permits, student athletes not to wear a mask while competing or practicing. So again, though it says may not be required, our approach will be that students will be masked during recess. And so I think you have that. I think that's covered.
Are you picking me up or no? I think we can always amend the policy to include the updated guidance from MIAA. Does that make sense? So just leave it for now.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I agree.
And I guess nobody's going on field trips.
Virtual.
Yeah.
We have to order 50 buses for one school to go on. Yeah.
If there's no other discussion, we call for a motion.
I move that the school committee adopt policy EBCFA face masks as amended and waive the 30-day posting requirement as specified in policy BGB policy adoption in order to have the policy in place prior to the first day of school for staff and students.
So motion is there a second? Jana?
Mm.
Good point.
I can amend the motion to include slash coverings. Or we can amend the
We
title.
could amend the title because we're saying we don't want to.
Right, face masks, yes, yes. We're calling it face, so I don't need to amend.
So your motion is fine, we're amending the title. Diane's got it. Any other discussion?
Yes.
Nicole?
Yes.
Deanna?
Yes.
Jamie?
Yes.
Evan? Rodwin?
Yes.
Yes for me as well. Thank you, policy sub. There's nothing from curriculum or email. I know business. To talk in this, or I'm just reading that sentence to remind everybody to fill that.
Yeah, we can do that.
Circular and circulator request. Provide their availability for the retreat. If you fill that out, do so, please. Marty, stop back there. So do that. Fill out your Google Doodle poll, whatever that thing is, and say when you're available so that we can do our goals. Thank you. School calendar, new business, 2021. I got you. Hold on.
Diane, if you could assist with this, I think we put a new calendar in their packet that reflects the reopening plan. Is that correct?
Yes. It outlines 170 student days, and then the 185, or well, the 1.5 days for Unit A were in August, but the 185 days for the rest of the staff are listed on this. And then again, still the 5 makeup days in case of snow. I guess that's included in the 185.
So this simply reflects what the committee already decided with regard to reopening.
Any questions, Kevin?
All right, I'm good. I got it. All right. I just wanted to verify the only change in this calendar is that we've changed the opening day from August 31st to September 14th. So for parents who've put the entire calendar, they don't have to look through this entire document to find the one professional development day that got moved from one day to another. Like, that's not what's going on. It's just that we're moving the start date back by 2 weeks. That's it. Is that right?
It is,
But I'm
but
wondering,
it isn't.
yeah.
So you had approved a calendar that took out the April 1st professional development day. This calendar puts that professional day back into it. So if parents had changed it with the last approved calendar that you did like 2 months ago, this calendar puts that day back and then backs off the start date for students to September.
Sorry. We also, the conferences are still designated on there. Those are set by contract. Obviously, we would approach those differently. Those would not be in-person conferences, but we would still want to designate those days as conference days.
And there was a couple other things. I should say it. We took out all of the back to school nights because they were going to be, some of them were going to happen when now school is still closed or the next day after school opened. And the other thing we did was we moved the end of quarter for LHS. So now the first quarter ends on the 13th of November, and we moved the semester break for LHS, and that is now January 29th.
Any questions? Any questions?
I'm having a little trouble hearing you.
Any questions?
No.
Cool.
Hold on, I unmute. Okay. Hold on. I move that the school committee approve the revised 2020 to 2021 school calendar, revised on August 5th, 2020, as presented.
Motion, is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, call for a vote. Susie?
Yes.
Nicole?
Yes.
Gianna?
Yes.
Jamie?
Yes.
Kevin? Bronwyn?
Yes.
Yes, for me as well. And there's the end of the business. So if there's another motion, if anyone would like to make that.
I move that the school committee adjourn the August 25th, 2020 school committee meeting.
There's a second. There's a second.
Yes.
Nicole?
Yes.
Gianna?
Yes.
Jamie? Kevin?
Yes.
Bronwyn?
Yes.
Yes, for me as well. Thank you, folks, and we will see you next week. We will be setting up another meeting. Thank you.